See, I'm gonna have to just live with audio being that way. So, apparently. So if audio sounds screwed today, obviously we did something with my settings. See, this is why you should never screw with your settings. Like, if you have your audio perfect, you shouldn't do that. Obviously, we did something with my settings. See, this is why you should never screw with your settings. Like, if you have your audio perfect, you shouldn't. See, if I mess with my gain, that's gonna be great. Or just it's generically screwed. See, if I mess with my gain, that's gonna be great. It is cutting out. Or just it's generically screwed. It is cutting out. Yeah, it is doing it. This could be great, by the way. See, I'm gonna have to change my audio again. Audio is like a fine-tuned thing. You have to either fix your audio or fix it. Which is the problem of I had to go do something. I was testing recording, and either that or I threw it off. Which, in theory, either one, which it sounds fine, meaning that the internal gain is kind of messed up to a degree. Audio is something I don't particularly. So, like, you can boost output audio, but without other settings, it's hard to just fix. Even if you have all the damn filters. And the problem is, all in all, you can fix it, you can try. It's the case. But I also sure. But yes. Now, second. change headsets for a bit. It's pretty. See if that's better. I screwed up my own audio at some point because reality is that. So I think my other headset finally developed short, which it's always the sign of the end times for a headset. After a while, unless I can find it's a short in a wire. So headset it started to short. So it's always fun, by the way, when headsets start doing that. They'll last about a while. And then you don't know if it's in the internal wiring or just get it to straighten itself out and go from there. It's one of those things, you always have backups for it. Which, believe you me, should be good now, so. Obviously, I'm trying to figure out the audio is going to take a. I'm going to have to figure out just the straight audio, so. It's going to be fun. Because, granted, it's an internal audio issue. I'm going to have to get used to it. But anyway, very, very busy. Visions. Yeah, supposedly it's a, water. Really? Where the fuck is this? See, I use surround sound headsets, so my headsets have to be surround sound and cancel noise canceling. A quest I don't care about. Yeah, I was listening to Hypnotic the other day. Hypnotic, for some bizarre reason, as much as I like it, it's like his audience doesn't really care if anything is about wizards. So somebody said, we cleared the. He's like, so of course he's playing a sorcerer this season. Which, he's like 158. Another guy goes, I completed the season in 7 days. Well, if you're trying to complete the season pass, there's no. Completing the season pass is kind of oxymoronic in reality, because it's not designed to be a deep story in any capacity. Season pass is very easy to complete. Now, completing it, and if in 7 days with a spirit born he got to 300, I call bullshit. Which nobody does that. Unless you're either cheating, hacking, or exploiting. One of the two. which, exploitation, that would be implying that no one was that high. Then again, I've seen people say they get to tier 4 in 7 days. You're assuming you're going to be living comfortably in tier 4? That's a lie. That's a flat lie. I had to basically spend how many times? 30 hours trying to get gear for my character. And now I'm just, and it's kind of a miracle in a way, because granted, supposedly we're gonna have another rework, like they're gonna add another dungeon, which is an MP dungeon, which, sure, by all means, I wish them luck. You can, basically, I mean, if I get to about 250, I'll be happy. 250 is a really comfortable spot for me. 250 is about where you wish to be. But a lot of it is about time. They don't intend for, they don't really intend for... As this game is not... It's supposed to be friendly for people. Like, if you live here for 7 days straight, I mean, you might get somewhere. But it's also so RNG dependent. It's where you struggle. And that's what burnt me out for more than a couple of weeks. Like, I'd go 4 days without getting gear that I need. So, for tier 4, I do not want to be less than 220. 220 to... Usually about 250. That's where you wish to be. Hell, I haven't even respect this character at some point. Seriously. But the game is not designed to be like... They're not really designing for... See, people will think they beat the game-ish, where they'll beat the season. Because if you're telling me in 7 days you got all your god rolls, right? You got all your god rolls, your 1 or 2% rolls. You beat the story. You beat the seasonal story. You got to 300, right? You got there. You got the Elon Musk build, you know, not duped gear. You got all your 3 stars, everything. Yeah, you're not getting that in 7 days. 7 days total playtime. I'll believe you. 7 days total playtime. That means 24 hours in a day times 7. Then I'll be more apt to believe you. Anyone who says they beat this game in 7 days is full of horseshit. Hell. It's kind of the weird thing I find. Like, I've seen somebody say, oh, the game's too easy. It's like, okay. Show me your, Uber Lilith run solo in 7 days, alright? No. Mm-mm. And it's all RNG dependent anyways. Unless you found Duke gear. As a prime example. This character is, please don't tell me you fucking changed my UI. Yes, you fucking did. You changed the UI. Seriously? I leave for about 2 weeks and they change it. Oh. So I haven't touched it for like 2 weeks, and there they do the mid-season update. Yeah, so 57 hours played. Now I call that a record, even by my standards. Like a season, you're leveling too fast, sure. So 57 hours. About 30 of those hours were basically trying to get gear. So I could actually did it. I basically skipped tier 3. Skipped tier 2 straight to tier 3. So the moment I get it, I'm probably going to skip it. I should have been in tier 3 all along. But apparently. So that also derailed all my plans to effectively do my spirit board this season. That and other things. So, I'm down to like basically doing one character a season if I am utterly lucky. Hey, but the good news is it's less cleanup. That's kind of the purpose, so. It's less cleanup in the department of post-season gear. But that's what happens when you become busy. So if you become inherently like, hey, but the good news is it's less clean. Oh god, that is kind of the purpose. Oh, that is too loud. My gain's too loud. Oh, yeah, that's what I said. That gain's too loud. Uh-oh. That's an internal gain. A two-handed mace. What do you bet? Not good. See, now my audio's boosted to hell. That's weird. See, I'm gonna have to go back in and figure that out. And then the problem itself is I'm going to reset my stuff. The great RNG game, you know? See, meanwhile, I had to sit back and either test recording. I decided to go back into Genshin and... Jesus. Bad gear. See, I'm bouncing around between 3 games, and then I'm having to stream more, so like my view time's back up to above where it was. Basically. I mean, the actual end game for this build is pure blood wave, no minions. That's kind of how it ultimately goes. Sadly, this game doesn't change much unless they alter the physical landscape of the game. Like, I mean, it does change. But for me, what I play, it doesn't change. You know. I mean, I don't meta chase, so I just play what I like, which is, unless they either nerf it or they change it, I don't care. And unfortunately, it's not being nerfed or changed again for a long time. Bloodwave Necro is Bloodwave Necro. Play one, you play it all. Sadly. I mean, Necros do have a couple of other builds, but I wouldn't necessarily not say. It's less of a, it is still, it's not a one-trick pony, but it works. But once you identify a build itself as good, you don't really get off of it after a while. But I do need to test the other variants before the season gets out. Because it's not that they've made changes to it. They make changes. Even the bolt Mount Shivo. I mean, in reality, Necromancer does not change. Unless they change the mechanic. Pure and simple. I could technically get Ingenious one season if I really gave a shit. And go with something that is entirely different. Like, if I got to a season, in reality, and I had the time, I would experiment with the builds. Because I want to make them bone minion. Because there is other builds that have opened up. But then again, are you open to change and are you open to testing? See, every so often you have a new talent or so added to the pool that makes stuff work. Sometimes you get a brand new named item that will alter a build. Unfortunately, one of the few builds I... Fun builds still will go about 3 tiers. Doesn't mean they're gonna do pit clearing, basically. If that makes sense. I mean, they've pretty much nerfed everything on this that they possibly can get away with without utterly killing it. I mean, unless they're gonna nerf Ebon Piercer or something different. The multipliers, and they can't take the multipliers out of the system. And I mean, if they take any more damage out of the inherent system, it's just going to be worse. So it's a double-edged sword, because a lot of classes right now are teetering on they're too powerful in a way, and that's largely due to the multipliers. But then again, if you take the multipliers out, you gotta go additives. So, additives and multipliers are basically. So a pure additive system implies that you balance everything around it and you forget multipliers exist. Basically. And the devs would have to reorganize the entire game around it. It's like, hell, one of the weeks I took off was actually double whisper week. Which was funny. Gifted the tree. Unfortunately. So, as much as I like it, it's pit running or the other. It's like, and I feel happy if I could reach this at some point, but it is what it is. There's that problem when you played something for 3 years. That always hits me. Call it a weird burnout. It's not the change in the system that keeps it alive, but it's a little combination factor. Like, take any kind of major gacha game like Genshin or Honkai Impact. Let's assume you hit that 3-year hurdle. You've put about 500 hours into the game. Whichever expansion story is 30 to 60 hours, depending on the ones. They add that to the game every so often into your story. But you hit that slump. Like, I realized, prime example, in Genshin, last time I played that expressly, in exploring, they had just released Skirk. And I hadn't explored the entire area that they opened for Skirk. So I was basically stepping on a bunch of side quests everywhere. But it's also the opposite issue of overwhelmed when you go back. Monotony is the death of thing. It's not that Genshin or a game like that gets old. You've just been doing it for 3 years. or a period and you want a pace. It's not that I reached that in Dune either. Dune, I have like 800 hours in it. I've enjoyed it, basically. Still like it. Every base is on maintenance just because I'm not in it actively. Normally, I would be by now. I mean, it's kind of like a survival sim in a way. So, you're going to be like, I log in, make sure my taxes are paid, and make sure my bases have power. Is what I do. So I don't have... I was going the wrong direction. Their GPS is broken. Yeah, their GPS is broken. This isn't good. So... Huh. You're telling me that their GPS can't update the map, which is the quickest way... Right. Well, there's two ways here. I'll take the long way. But it's much XP, so... Other than that, just dealing with other matters. See, once winter slows down, I'll have more time. See, it's not as much as games or live service, as much as you think content. It's just, I don't have the same interest. A little bit burnout, bullets, strange, change of pace. Secret to this build is you have to group. So if you don't group them up, they're gonna just flood all over the place, and you're not gonna get the time to kill. Seasons hit like a pretty, relatively good spot in a way. I like the season. It is good. I mean, give it about Hell tides are good. It's just, as I said, game releases and dealing with life keeps you busy. You know, and pretty much as long as they don't decide to go nerf happy in the next about several patches or seasons, we'll be in good shape for about a good period of time. The moment they do that again, we're going to have to reevaluate all class structure. Really. But no. And also just dealing with people who are kind of fucktards, basically. It's like I'm finding myself not struggling through. Then again, I've done Fallout 76 for like a good chunk of time at this rate. But I don't take a season off. Like, if I took a season off and I do the bare minimum, like there was a period, like if you clear something in your pantheon, so to speak, right, or whatever your actual schedule is, you can actually catch up. The problem myself is certain games I'm subtly like I know I can bulk play it and clear the content. Here it's like I don't care about 300 or I don't care about pit 150 unless it's a given season I do. Then I'll push for it. I'm usually satisfied if I can live and clear easily at tier 4. It's the only thing I care about. Sounds weird, but because in-game don't change. Well, not in the as much rip. It's kind of like what brings it first.
It's working, but we need to find more.
The key is always more blood. Good thing they keep blood sacrifices around. But yeah. As I said, this build will get me through to at least tier 3, tier 4. And then I'll have the whole pit build, if I ever so chose. But that's going to require me to get higher on the one. Also, to quote a future project of a racist social black socialist, I need a voice my throat. As he looks like a Down syndrome case of Tylenol. Quasimodo looking guy. Honest to God, the more I have to listen to that, it's like that dude is a whole special education course unto itself. He looks like a troglodyte. He looks like a Karen that works at Starbucks.
This is it. Let me look.
Well, that is a sword.
We don't have to take the sword. I just need some time with it. This will surely. When you're ready,
Why is it attached to an altar? Again, the secret to this world is they've always dabbled in demon magic or consulting with them. And in the wake of Diablo 3, with the world being halfway fucked, and you think unless humans fuck like rabbits, Diablo pretty much wiped out in the war in on heaven. Basically wiped out like close to 70% of humanity. And you're only 50 years
I know what.
from
He's in an ancient mage hall once. We won't.
yes.
The sword was more than 1,000 years old. The stress was too much.
So you think because it's only been 50 years since Diablo 3. uh, basically 50 years, I doubt the population's picked up, but they all need human sacrifices. It's like the seasons do add like little mini adventures, but they're not like 100%. So you gotta think of them as like all small side quests. It's only the expansions which add major man.
You've prepared yourself.
Fun. Okay. It's like these boots. I haven't gotten many this season. Evade boots +3. It's been a rarity. I'll find more whenever I need them.
What's in the blistered barrel?
Interesting. But the changes to Helltide have been good. But I'll take a break every now and again. Like usually I give it or take I come back about 2 times. But then again, it's like I need to be I know next season for like division, I need to be in the beginning.
This was once a secret of his job.
I don't really care. He's basically just another member of the Fell Council with another ability. He's not
This place reeks of demon filth.
he's not unique. He's just a he's like a minor demon with more power and another move set. I mean, I think Ball was like when they introduced, but no, Belial last season. Belial was, or a season or two ago, was a lot better. Like Belial's like a threat. Actually, this guy is just in a minor nuisance. They're just nuisances. I mean, the Fell Council can technically be killed. Well, okay, technically, if a demon dies in the normal world, it takes them time to reform, unless they're resummoned. It's like Lilith is technically dead-ish, but I guarantee you before the end, we're going to have to resummon her. And I say that because unless you're going to give us some magical MacGuffin, we're not defeating all three evils. Because at this point, either what's going to happen is the Soul Stones are not the ultimate answer. So, I mean, the problem is Soul Stones break very easy. Eat a bag of dicks. Right.
Bartok is back in hell where he belongs. The chaos rifts will persist thanks to Mephisto's presence. We must keep fighting off the demons they spawn. Otherwise, I need to report to the Vizjaktar.
I mean, as I said, the quest this season's pretty short. You know what I mean? Seasons aren't meant to be long. I mean, seriously. But I fucking usually I like ending this season when I'm about right here. Okay. Loot Master is fucking broken. Loot Master has never worked in 3 seasons. That's the thing. Loot Master is an achievement. Doesn't work unless you're in one region in particular. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen either. What are we talking? A 20%? Hold on. See, the problem is, right? This one after, right here. So, interesting. Salvage chaos armor. I mean, I could do that. I don't think I got 4 that are garbage. The fuck is this? We told him last season this was bullshit. You know how hard it is, Ben, to get gem fragments this season? Like, I mean, to a degree. You know, like, you have to run hell tides until you bleed. You might get enough. those were very expensive. Supposedly, maybe they addressed the cost, right? Leading legion of them. Uh, sure. Craft this smithy cache. See, a smithy cache is nothing compared to a jeweler's cache, a jeweled cache. They used to require like 100,000. I mean, not even. Look, not even all my gems are grand at this point.
Wear the stars around your neck.
What, they take about 200? Huh. I guess I did listen. Because they wanted like 100,000 on those damn things. Yet I could still only make one, Yet I could still only make. It's been the issue all season. Like, I've been, like, like the last two seasons, right? Like, if you think of getting grand gems, which grands you should be at way before now. Like, the fact alone, I could barely make one at the hours I have played. You know, you're like talking at this rate of. They've all but either hoarded them or just made them worse. I mean, 100,000 gems is still. I mean, you might get them. The amount to actually do them is. That's an understatement, though.
The Forge is ready for whatever you need.
Again, the curse I get is, by the time I don't need it, I already have 10 of the damn things. So, give or take. That's the curse of it all. Again, this is how a season like this goes. It's like, it doesn't really change. I knew the season was gonna flow this way. All it took was like, and see, by the time I had it, already had come into close the max of everything I needed. At that point, you're just burning off bubbles, so. Let me just check my backlog of collected chaos gear and see if I have 4 I could just chunk out. You know. Bad spot, by the way. There's one. Pure D adorable is this, by the way. Which, in reality, right? Bloodless Scream is actually a really good one, but that one is good for where it's spawned. Believe it or not. But again, it's like, I'll say it. Some chaos loot is really, really not good where it drops. It's like, and it gets really redundant. I got this right here before I got this. See, this is a new one, which this follows in the same vein that the other ones get totems. Like I think there's a special totem, special thing. It's about time we got one of those, basically. See, the thing is, these are usually really max. So, I mean, I could probably get rid of Mother's Embrace because, I'm not gonna lie, Mother's Embraces never get used. It's really unfortunate. And the funny part about this stuff is, let's assume you get a Deathless Visage. The shit's max. And it's better than this. Because they're usually max. And they're higher. In Chaos Loop. Weird how that worked. In a way. See, like, Blood the Scream at, like, either Gauntlets or something makes more sense, in a way. A Banished Lord's Talisman. But you're talking something similar to... But if a Chaos Armor piece takes over a... Like, the problem I find is if it basically takes over a spot that you need. Assume it's like a utility of sorts. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're doing 100% Blood Surge, that's probably a good idea. But in reality, probably not. Blood Surge and Blood Lance are both two opposite builds at the end of the day. They're really never meant to be in the same place. Blood Lance is entirely a separate one, too. Blood Lance and Blood Surge, in theory, have their own uniques. Courser Crucifix, which got a relative buff again, which is fine. It's like, why would I get this? It's like here. It's like, they're basically the same ones. Except... I mean, sometimes you can get, like, it's cute and adorable. As I said, it's cute and utterly adorable at times, where that Chaos Loop just randomly drops. Because In reality, Bloodless Scream is a two-handed weapon. So if you use it separately, it's just different. I mean, Lidless Wall on Pants is probably a better place than having a shield, but that's not entirely. But the problem comes when, like, you have too many, and I need aura, a cursed aura, and I don't have the ability for it. So that's where the problem starts with Chaos Loot. See, like, when I go into tier 4, I think I lose, like, another 250 armor, so to speak. So, like, right now, it winds up that I'll be below the 1,000, but I can easily make that up in spiked armor. Like, spiked armor will be the way I do it. Spiked armor is... spiked armor is life, basically, so... Looks like they increased smithy costs. Shit. So...
Come back if you need the forge.
Still short. Tier 3 or higher, yeah. Fine. I mean, everything, I think a lot of them are at like 50, because I haven't really done the Paragon grind. I haven't. Because it's right around that time I was about to get into the Paragon grind that I said, well, fuck everything. And I took off. So, like 55, it took all of this to start getting powerful this season. And it's kind of oh, bites me. I need to get my tree in. I need to get my tree. Pathing doesn't change much, but I do have issues with numbers this season. I don't know why. That is just sheer diarrhea sudden. No, I'm gonna have to read. But I need to redo this tree though. Like all of this is gonna have to be redone at some point. And I'm not sure when and I'm not sure how. But it's gonna have to be. Oh yeah. 6. I'm gonna say it, I'm not. Day like food and you need to eat something, but it's a day you need to eat something, but it's also that day that you know if you do eat something, you're going to be very sick. Been that way for a little while. Problem is, I have stuff like missing willpower. I have. I have just been. I'm not saying in the greatest shape this season. Like, I have things entirely. Half the struggle this season has been, like. Like, I'll meet dexterity or so. It's like, here is good. Certain parts, but when I'm getting into, let's assume here, let's say that, it's like willpower has been utterly just not good. I'm not sure if it's like I might. We're talking might. Like here, if I switched one of these out and I took, let's say, this node. If I went here and I went here, I wouldn't have issues. But it's not gonna work in like if you're in Dead Riser or anything else. So, and I'm going off a map that I've had for a while. Hold on. See, it doesn't help up here. Cause see, that doesn't matter. See, I don't go into here. I don't think that's bad. See, amplify is supposed to be over there. See, amplify is supposed to be on the Nash tree. Amplify is supposed to be in board 5. Blood Drinker, Dead Riser, Gravekeeper. See, I had Gravekeeper, Corporeal, and Amplify. Sacrificials used on another. Blood Drinkers in the first. But it's roughly the same. Gravekeeper is kept. See, I have normally Gravekeeper here. See, yes, the Gravekeeper is normally here. In this node. So. See if I forego Gravekeeper. If I wish to be cheeky, I could use that. So, but see, I didn't get Bloodkeeper until. Sorry. Oh god, I can't speak. Blood Drinker until later. By the time I already had a couple of the others. So the idea of corporeal. Well, technically. See, I have allergies too right now, so it's not good. Excuse that. Anyways, gotta forgive that. So you're talking like 25. Like if I rerouted it. Let's see, that's armor. Yeah, you see like right here. Fuck it. I need the armor anyways, unless spiked armor does its job. Spiked armor will give me a majority of my armor, right? So, prime example. Uh, 11 minutes, huh? I need a legion. So we'll go do that. I need a legion and then that one will be done. Okay, so. But this season I got blessed with a lot of massive just movement extra, so this character moves like a crack fiend. In reality. Almost every boots I've ever gotten has been movement speed naturally. I never need a horse, which is scary, by the way. I move faster on foot. than I do on horse. Amplify is supposed to be in the last one. Corporeal should be in the second, third, fourth. So that being said, that's probably why, like, there's several that are screwed up. Now, if I wish to get cheeky with the whole thing, and I go anything that buffs magic, I'll never have issues. Anything that buffs magic nodes, and I say, basically that would be saying fuck Reaper, the other ones I sometimes use. So, Gravekeeper, etc., you're just having everything's a massive just stat boost due to having everything else buffing magic nodes. But the thing is, buffing magic nodes only works traditionally if, and I do say if, you don't need the rare nodes buffed. And not needing those nodes makes a difference. Ugh. Which I have done before. I mean, I said I did say I would reroute that probably last time I played, but I never got into doing it. So it makes it a little bit annoying in a way. And it's not comfortable moving up to I don't feel comfortable moving to tier 4 without being 220 or at least that. Because tier 3, despite the other, tier 4 is a different beast altogether. So, gear is correct. It's just that's not correct. And again, I don't have. Well, it's not that I don't have the time, it's just. Remapping Paragon is sometimes the absolute hits when it comes to, pardon the phrase, remapping Paragon boards is like watching paint dry. It's something that you're either going to single-handedly redo to make it work, or does remind me, by the way, I do respect this all it is. I do need to respect. So, like, I don't have a choice. So on the sacrifice route, you use reap, which is another execute, which gives you 2 executes, but I don't use that here. Now, spawning corpses is something if you don't have reapers like the other things, since I don't have like minions. I use sever. I can use both sever and the other. Sever can also do a lot of damage as well. Basically. Yes. I already have that. The damage to elites. Sadly. And when you don't have minions, you basically can free up like 20. You can free up like 12 points. So assume you don't use this, you don't use that. That's 9. Goal on mastery, right? But you have to go over here. So you're talking 9 points. You're talking roughly 9 points plus 12, which is down here sometimes. So at least here to here. Let's say if you forego this, 9, 18. So about 18 points. Assuming. That's the difference between the minion builds and then the other. You do have more excess points, so to speak. It's like, which is strange. But spiked armor gives you also spikes for the one, so it gives you thorns. So it gives you having thorns is actually really good for you. But naturally, it's also armor. Like here doesn't really matter. You can kind of go out to here. Maybe work it a little. Then let's assume here. So, sacrifice route, you probably take 3 to here. You don't really need drain vitality. Uh, Probably into this, but it's largely like here, which that's like 6 points because this is a multiplier. See, like I haven't done this at all. Like basically, I should have respec this a while back. I just haven't done it, you know, because reasons. And I almost miss a fucking world boss, I guess. which I'm not. Hopefully. What the fuck? That is a mistiming in the server. Nowhere near a reflection on damage. I just had to get over here before the world boss expired. Basically. So technically I need to have 5 points into corpse explosion. In an ideal world, it's 5 points. So 5 points into that, plus on top of Vehement, makes 2 more. You know what? Something I fucking guarantee you. Windows Update entirely screwed up. It's either that or a really, really bad driver update. And I'm gonna miss the world boss. I'm not a happy camper. I am not happy. At all. That irritates the shit out of me. That does not. I missed my. Basically, I'm going to miss the world boss, which was nearly dead. As well as the other. That's because of a driver corruption. I swear to God. Cursed. Because what that is, it's like a. Oh, yeah, basically judo. Oh, I love it when a game dies. I hate it. Like, that's. You know what? Kernel level anti cheat, right? Here's the thing kernel level anti cheat can go suck an absolute egg when it comes to shit. Because if you're trying to figure up what the fuck happened to what causes an error, no shit. It was a kernel error. Could have fucking said that. But what was the fucking conditions? Security. Oh, you piece of dog shit. God, that is so stupid. See, here's the thing about when they talk about kernel level anti cheat. Blizzard has used it for years. Okay. Battlefield 6 requires you to have basically it active at all times. Have secure boot active. Now, when something doesn't install correctly, let's assume it's a corruption issue. Because there was a Windows update causing corruption issues a while back because see I need to get a second hard drive in here and keep my Windows separate from the gaming room and everything else. So there we go. I despise the it is so stupid as well. Like causing a whole system restart is literally never good. And you get the whole game to basically artifact out. Basically. Because clearly it's a Microsoft issue. Yes. No shit, you found something. No shit. It actually detected it, though. The question is where was that corrupted file? See, I would have more like if this happened prior to me like not streaming, but I don't like it when it does it in middle of one or at the start. Because it's easier to isolate and it looks like less you're not doing anything than the other. So the issue itself, right? And this is just something that's happened at like I want to say it's like a relatively last 6 months issue with Windows. Because everyone uses SSDs as an example. Everyone uses them. Um, I cannot imagine running anything hyper advanced. Not. Even on like the enterprise drives, arguably you're going to need one. But the idea that they corrupt the but when Windows updates become as bad in theory as another, it doesn't make sense at all. That means something didn't install well. Or the question's what? All right. So, see, this used to be a better multiplier, but not really. 16x is it might matter, but it might not. Yeah, it's like no shit. So if something actively corrupts, jokes aside, and it goes through the back end of the computer just because, and it can and it will. I mean, you could. You could blame the ball lightning people. I don't believe I saw any ball lightning. 53, 92. CPU, GPU. Why, if ray tracing was never on in the first place, why would it be on? Sorry, you update a game and you fuck it up. So what they did is, okay, so they had an update that went through the back end of your absolute system. Okay. They enabled, so apparently they have added the console or handheld settings, as well as enabled ray tracing, which I never had enabled, as well as turned on limiters. All right. Shouldn't make sense. Why was this enabled? What the actual fuck? Seriously. Do you think I'm playing this on a Steam Deck? No, I'm not. That frustrates me. Then you make me start to think my entire computer's dying due to the fact that you give me a blue screen of death. Well, you don't give me a blue screen of death. I would trust the black screen or blue screen of death before I would actually have that. The thing you don't want to know is when your hard drive seems like it's about to. The worst thing you can have is if your hard drive ever decides to, like, it's about to die. That's the biggest hypothetical issue of everything I've seen. Because, love it or hate it, you never. You're probably never going to use ray tracing. And plus, you don't want to use a. You don't ever want to use ray tracing in a game that doesn't have capped resources. This game isn't going to look better without it. With or without it. I mean, this isn't Elden Ring. This isn't anything like that. Anyways. There you go. I don't use essence, so I'm not using essences. Cool. Restart now or restart later? Oh, shit. Jesus. So, I should fix it. Quite honestly. Should be well, I should say there should be no further damn issues for a bit. Would rather have it happen later on than happen now. So, stop. I mean, technically. So recently they added another processor to it. And that process itself, so Windows did, what was it, like a Copilot pro, called a Copilot, or probably incorporated an AI into the damn system, which, granted, did you need it or not? And overall, it's an AI assistant. What I say, right, I do recommend Windows Pro. Alright? Pro. The perks of having Pro is I never have these issues. And I don't have to I mean, you have to live with OneDrive. You can never get you can never get around without having OneDrive active. That's not allowed. Because you're never going to be able to function without it or the backup unless you really want to OneDrive is your eternal backup in case anything happens. So normally, unless you do in the Windows Pro, which is totally just normal, it's like, think of it as competing systems. Basically. I tell you, it's all gone. It's legit all gone. I'm gonna say magically. Like, magically, whatever was the issue, it's just not gonna be there. It just disappeared. I tell you, it's the weirdest thing ever. It just vanished. Not sure why, not sure how. It just sounds. It's just as weird as hell when it happens. The worst part is, if it does happen during middle. My luck, it happens in middle of. So let's assume I'm streaming, right? Now, I know people who legit ignore their GeForce updates like a plague. I've seen a streamer do it. Yeah, a person I watch. He's horrendous about it. But what's weird is there was an update. I'm not saying it's odd updates. So Discord had 2 updates this week. Which is obviously because they need to fix the security flaw. Okay. There was a security flaw in because Discord got hacked last week. Now, Windows always has a pre-patch prior to their next major patch, which they just implement. Now, they added Copilot. Okay. So there was 2 processes added. Copilot is their new AI assistant. For searching. I guess it replaces Cortana in a way. They added a cross-device manager in the pre-patch, which I am assuming that's if you have multiple devices connected to your Windows. By the way, no way in shape or form this ever causes issues, ever. Then they added another mobile processor to it, which they re-enabled Office running in the background. Now, there is more perks to have Windows Pro, but you never have these issues. So, take it with a grain of salt. Whatever it is, I hope it passed and it's never going to come back again, because freezing up my computer is not a good sign. Basically, it's kind of like having to restart, close, and restart, only to find out that magically what you think was a terrible corruption or something in the system itself, which is in the system files. Check. See, whatever that was, it's gone. Okay, that's just, it's freaky as shit. I just have to check one thing. See, the last major Windows update prior to this one caused corruption in an SSD. So if you play anything, a lot of the games I play all have kernel level anti-cheat. So, in turn, less bullshit I have at that level is better. Oh, and yes, by the way, Battlefield 6 is getting around to banning Cronus and Zins. I could have said Zins and everything else were in Battlefield 6. By the way. For the record. I mean, most companies, by the way, have been making sure Cronus Max or Zens are, well, they're basically cheating devices in general, so. Well, I wouldn't say they're cheap. Like, the toughest thing to check or catch when it comes to cheating is scripters. In reality. Scripting is the hardest to catch. So. Plus, I'm going to have to get the last bit in. I need to probably rework that whole Paragon tree eventually, but dear God, not today. Because my willpower's looking like shit. It's been that way for a while. Anyways. I want. Question is, do I want finality? I mean, if I go finality, basically. The irony is I'm over intelligence. Well, that gets me there. That gets me there. Give me about another 10 levels to get over here. That gives me my last paragon. I mean, it's really 6 one, half a dozen the other. Like here. Like, Dex is not hard to get. And go out to here. Because usually I'm always going down this way, this way, this way, this way. Here, down here. There's a reason why this board's turned like this. But you're not doing anything. Then you can take these here. Because this is attack speed. This is attack. So I'm trying really to get into the last. Which basically pushes that out there. I mean, dexterity isn't hard to get. So I had but here I have to have Dead Riser. But yep. See, I'm slightly short on willpower. It will get better. So I said Paragon work is so here. When your magic nodes get leveled, problem. I have to probably get that. So good. As I say, the only other way to do it. 85. The only other thing that would help is if I had slightly higher armor, I'd have one extra. I could shove it right there. In an ideal dream. Interesting. Uh, might actually be an inherent audio problem. Hmm. I'd be kind of curious if the audio got fucked up due to the fact that let's assume it's a Windows problem. Now, I don't like that pathing I have to go for the third node. I'm not too happy about that. I would have rather reassured my own. But honest to God, it would have been better to just reassure the first. Because I don't like the fact that it makes it really, really just. Because I don't like that paragon structure right now. That's a forced paragon structure just to make it work. Because it doesn't inherit. Yeah, you're going to go down. You're basically going down into. You have this be the final, or you cut across here and you cut down. But, like, this is additional damage. Here it goes. See, there's a reason why when I've redone these maps, it goes here, 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 here. But you're filling out here, probably to here. You're taking this because it's magic, right? This gives you the additional willpower. But you're going from here, here, here. You might. The funny part is, hypothetically, here and this here. But the problem is you need the int nodes. Okay. Int. Which means you have to have those nodes. Oh, I don't like it. Just assume that goes there. We don't have the decks. You also don't have that. Total, you need a total of 8. And a total of 8 is harder to find. So, 10, 15. That's 20. So, yeah, that's probably it's a point investment. So I said about 250. Still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 total. 7 total right here. Which is a simpler. Then if in turn I generally say fuck this here, which I say if corporeal, I go for here. Which gets me into here. Yeah, see, people are bitching about the money, right? See, you shouldn't bitch about okay. Like, okay. If you are basically doing all your gear by re-optimizing it for a specific set of attributes, it's basically in the end game, you're not going to have money issues versus the. Let's assume I reset this item. All the investment into it is gone. I don't get the Abducite back. It costs 5 million, and I don't get the shards back. The Forgotten Souls, right? Because you start eating it up. There's stuff that is like, let's assume it's 3 stars, that will eat up 1 billion. And trust me, my friends, I had a friend who did it. And I was like, why do you keep doing that? I would rather churn the loot till I find a 2-star than give a fuck about having to constantly reload. Crazy, I know. Unless it's just a sheer resource issue, you know. You have the money, so it's like, honestly, you can't take it with you, is a thing. You take the money with you to Eternal. It's not like it's either use it or lose it. Which is fine. It's like I'm at the point on Eternal that everything I have is I'm starting to get maxed. So yeah, see, I didn't get a cult domination for ages, and now I just get it very commonly. This whole season has just been the story of that. It's like, I'll get some, never get it, and the next thing I know, I'll get it in droves. Amulets are 100. Really? Hmm. See? Perfect if you were doing something different. I never gotten one of those. It's kind of interesting. I've never gotten one of those before. That's part of the, there's a minion build that uses, hand and gnaws, which, see, here, basically, it's a weird, it's a very, very weird minion build. I know that that's possible, but it's a long bone minion. So now I just need to go sell a bunch of ribs. Yeah, so after I clean up all those errors, nothing else happens. I'll cross the bridge when I need it. But anyways. again, it takes about 120-ish. Honestly, mastering a character in a season is roughly about 120 hours, at least 100 hours total, barring gear that you get. It's barring gear, because gear takes longer because you're trying to search for the gear and then the resources to do it. So, saying you just beat this season in like 7 days, yeah. Say it's about 7 days total. That's per character. Unless you get the incredibly lucky 3-star gear, 2-star gear. And a minimum of at least, hypothetically, 250. Meaning that upper echelons of tier 4, you're gonna need to be 250. With at least what, I would say 60. You're talking 60, talking at least 80 paragons? Maybe. Not quite 100. But like when you start getting your, because at some point you're gonna have to get your paragons from, not only do they have to be legendary, they have to be 80. I mean, realistically. Like, I single-handedly clear 3. But if I go up to 4, this shit's an entire different ballpark. Hence why I said I don't really want to go up there without 220. Like, if I'm 220 and I have all my... So I need to have, like, all of my... So I need to at least have every single one of them. Tier 4 has to be everything at 45 plus. Everything. And at least about 2. Now some will say, well, you could run whatever. Sure, true, you could run a Spiritborn or something with a busted ass build. There was a time you could get a Spiritborn about 150 to 180 on really good gear and get it into tier 4. Which sounds crazy, but hypothetically possible. But the average player is not doing that. So get fucked. You know, that ain't gonna happen. In the way tier 4 scales, that's not happening. And that would be your entire... someone's doing something they shouldn't. Yeah, like funny, no one wants to do it dark. I could be wrong. It could have fixed Loot Master. But Loot Master used to not work. Let's see. Hold on. See those? Tier 4, right? Shit doesn't work. Well, technically I would have to be tier 4 to make it work. You would have to open up 10 in the same region. It used to only work if it was in an area like this. Because it had a weird thing, it didn't count if you did it anywhere else. So a lot of this is pure, again, to make this work, you need, the simmies and everything. But there's also a handy-dandy, infernal power this season. Reduces my defenses or resistances, but, you know, at the cost of that, I get a bunch of life, and then I get a shit ton of it, and I also get overpower damage. So, what's the only blood skill I have? Go figure. Play to the season, you get a lot of power. That's why the sacrifice version of this is probably God tier. I really don't like this area either. This is one of the worst areas to play. Like, I don't particularly like it. Because as you can see, it's a lot of canyons. So, it ruins pace of play. Like, this is the area near the southern part of the map. It's a good start area, but don't get me wrong. It's definitely, but as far as the pacing goes, it's some of the world's shittiest to play. But it's a good place to start. The issue itself, right? But it's kind of like, yeah, you got a shit ton of overpower damage. It gives you life, but it also lowers armor and it lowers resistance. Now, in reality, how powerful is that? It's more or less the power comes at a cost, basically. The issue itself is, yes, I have to go live in pits to make finish out. Or have it. I have been. I used to just, for like an hour a day, do it. And I was actually succeeding for a while. So the issue, too, as well, is just the latter part to getting to tier 4 is always Paragons. Paragon, and that's going to be yours. But getting the Senders at tier 4 should not be terrible. But I'm not surprised that people are just playing at tier 4, because at this rate, you should be playing at tier 4 at this point of the season. Should is the key. Unless you're just some off-key build that you're living in. Speaking of another individual, I knew I heard what sounded like a rogue skill going off. Sadly. It's okay. Sometimes playing this is a lonely system. Kind of like Gabe Beans' bedroom. He has to watch his wife get by. Or Disparities like. All seriousness. If you have somebody else playing with you, this game does go 10. Seriously, what the fuck did you... It just goes slightly faster. Oh, that's revive them. Rogues go all glass. Huh. Fine. So he's Death Trap with, Death Trap. God, what's the other rogue skill? I know what it is. I know what it is, I just can't think of the name. He's doing Death Trap with the Blade one. Or was it Dash? Is it that? It's like a Dash. Because he isn't doing Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows would be the other one. Which is an interesting combination, so to speak. Like, you can spot how they're playing right off. Ooh. But see, the sacrifice route, you don't have the corpse, the Reapers. So not having Reapers at that is a little bit weirder. So it's a little harder to create corpses, but it's possible. I mean, you have lucky hit variants, you have that. It's just slightly different. In a way, you're just basically doing it different. But you're also focused on seriously. Dead weight. Dude, that looks like a guy with a macro. I'm gonna have enough, and I'm gonna save the rest of my hearts for later on. Fucking shithead with a macro can go take his own stuff for a bit. I mean, it's better than the AFK sort bots. Literally, the bot and the macro problem is nothing new. Here we go, you're on your own. I don't want to be... chest to open. But other than that, it's just pretty much. I have seriously just trying to stay healthy. That's a very big key here. Because, by that, it's just I do not want to be sick again for like a while. I'm tired of having a cold or a flu or whatever the fuck I've been having for like a bit. And holy. Raindrops. Shit. What the hell? So I apologize. Sometimes. Seriously, did the fucker just dump all his hellspawn shit on me? No, 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 you don't. Nope. Pleasant surprise. Oh boy, this is like watching paint dry after a while. There's a spirit born. See, there is a time, but I do love a good focus and a good one-handed weapon. But lately, unless I have like the absolute bill for it, the answer's no. Lately, it's just basically it's like here, it's just like I use this build just to power through everything. Now, the downside is, of course, as I said, this build gets very monotonous sometimes. It's not, it's not spectacular. It's good at what it does, so to speak. Like, you can clean out pits, you can clean out anything you want, but again, it's even normal shadow raids, you have to spice it up a little bit. Oh, a lot of. I saw a chest up there. Yeah, they got a fucking chest up there. That's whisper chests. bugged. Wow, that's just bugged. Let's play it. Yeah. See, this is a good place for rifts. Good, so. Ugh. Got all three. Nah, it's a rarity. Bunch of living steel. And the Doomsayer underneath it. Impressive. I think I hate it. Like, it's just repeated ad. Like, the repetition is kind of annoying. Again, just heating. Takes forever. So, not something special. Oh. I think normally my overpower damage would be super retarded without help. That power is pretty damn close, though. Like, it makes it... It's just a thing on the infernal one. It makes it a lot stronger than it should be. Because overpower, it's pretty much tied to life anyways. And that being said, this is an overpower build, which, therefore... Yeah, if I have left less defenses, right? I naturally have a lot of shields, so... Multiple shields, multiple dodges, I don't suffer. Multiple shields and multiple dodges is, like, perfect. Ah. FDOC. And a legendary. Uh... Uh... Yeah, there's bugs aplenty at this fucking place. That was there. Jesus, this is bugged. Pretty badly bugged. Well, yeah, no Theo, the job market is pretty bad. You could be unemployed like Disparity. It's a joke. No shit, yes, it's been less than 5 minutes. Fine. Yeah, well. Yeah. No, I'll go get that chest. Since I have the ones. I have the stuff for it, so I might as well. I mean, it's not going to be a good chest, but it's a waste of the can't take the senders with me, so... Being said, might as well go get it. Can't take it with me, so... That's the key. Again, can't take them with you, just use them. I mean, many as you can, I should say. Even if it's not good ones.
I can break that down.
Hmm.
That looks worn. I can fix it. Don't ruin all that work.
Yep. So come back over here, kill the big thing, extract theirs. Oh, normal.
It is done.
Enough. You can do no more here.
Basically, it's just getting here. Good Christ on a stick, though. Seriously. It's a lot of monsters. Which does occur more than people think. Fortunately, that's not what I'm after. Someone probably came here and killed it. Someone probably came in here and flat out killed it already. It will be back. Got it. Barely. There's a bastard. I don't like that. Here. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little bit weird. I mean, like a road, like I'm not afraid to die, but that's a little weird. Judging from the other. You know. So yeah, other than that, just trying to stay healthy and not be like overly sick is the rest of the goal of the month. Well, the downside of staying busy is the or having a bunch of stuff going on as you go slowly insane. You can't always finish what you wish. Now, is anybody doing artifact? The question is anyone doing the pit blastings? If they are, it will work wonders. Generally don't like joining on other people. Forge, Gregor, Duriel, you can go suck a dick. I could go one way or another. That would work, but that doesn't help me. Because I need higher. So at 50, I mean 195. I mean 195. You're not blasting through this. Oh god damn it. Not solo. But I don't like being minus 50% stuff. Like 50%. Ugh. Well, this is gonna be boring as fuck. But assuming I'm not dying, that's at least a good sign. I can't say that's much. Tier 4 is going to be a different story. So getting into 60s and 70s is going to be... 60s and 70s is a different story. The only downside is I get shit all experience. It's good experience for myself, but glyph experience is going to be shit. Because all my glyphs are higher. Like, it's gonna take like, basically, I'll be able to, but it's like a 1%, 2% maybe. Really? Worry about that 166. At 166 has me worried. Right there. So basically, 54 is a pretty strong one, so I knew he was going to get toasted. Like I knew. People are retarded. Mm. Annoying. A fucking course. Of course. $55 is tier 4. $55 is tier 4. Kind of as long as we don't die, it's all great. But this is gonna suck ass. When you do this, you get a lot of opals. So 250 each. It's 8, huh? So you get about like maybe 400 obols, if not more, every time. So dump a bunch of them and you're good. Ooh, that was not to be expected. That is a large group. No, that's rude. Rude to teleport. That's just rude. Unfortunately. Gotta see what the patch was to Battlefield, though. Apparently, Battlefield did a patch. Now, if it was to fix either server instability, which I have a high doubt they can do. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, hit registration has been ass. So, Battlefield's been a fun experience, at least, in a while. They got the formula right. The only thing is they don't have is I'll probably say it is. I think they need dedicated servers. I think you should have the right to host your own servers, but dedicated servers are definitely needed for that. Like I got into a match. It's a combination of people throwing, being shit, but at the same time, it's just a bunch of fucking people playing like dog shit. Like, I'm not, it's not like me playing bad. It's as much as I put bullets into something, I see the hit registration, and then the person dies later. And that's entirely a hit registration issue. So, it should not be the case. Hit registration should not be that bad. I mean, if you could just spam fire burst fire under spam firing, Jesus. It's just I mean 54s. I mean, granted, if you think about it, 54s get you into 55s, which I mean, we're doing good unless it's. I mean, it's a way. Most of it is just pure. It's honestly what you're comfortable with trying to basically do. So, you're not really gonna gain like Paragon level like you think. But if it gets the Paragons up, which is the key. It's the Paragons. The Paragon level just goes along. Yellow. I mean, I'm looking at like I need like 18,000. Like I need 18, but it's not million. Like this is just bullshit. We're getting like 4. Hell of a time to go AFK. Is AFK. I like. Person emerged. This is kind of like an infernal hordes. You just live here. This is infernal hordes in the terms of you're living in these. So if you either blast them yourself, or you redo them constantly, which is back to back to back, which I don't mind either. As, oh, no. That was my bad. Fuck, that was Dot City. That minus resistance is shit. I don't like it. I mean, even with life, it's still terrible. That was like poison dots underneath hell. And I couldn't get away. Ugh, that is so bad. It was like, that's just as death. Like, I died through my shield, even. Also, why I need to find myself a new pair of boots that has the evade charges that can match these, which I think I did. The 3 evade charges are God, which I have to have 3. Well, I don't have to. It's preferred. Oh, let's use sword. Oh, I mean audio or voice? Yes. Game audio I have muted right now. But this just is bad. I'm also doing. I don't know if you can't hear it, but sometimes I'm also not speaking because I'm just focusing. That's one of the problems. This game's just. Mindless farming is this game's inherent nature. I am not muted. I just have the mastery of not speaking, contrary to popular belief. But yeah, no, it's funny. UK does want to move forward with digital IDs. But here's the thing about digital IDs. Digital IDs can be easily fooled. Because the Chinese just use magazine ads sometimes. I'm another 5 minutes just sitting here, huh? I'm not ADHD as much as I am just. I get figuring your shit out, but let people know what you're doing. This is unacceptable. It takes 5 seconds or less to type, I'm going AFK for a second. It takes 5 seconds. Doesn't take long. Communication's not hard. Because what happens is one person goes AFK, then another person. I guess that solves our issue. Then someone gets mad and leaves. No, I've been going over that toxic audio. See, Sorter, we can go over it. But Miss Sparkles didn't want to believe me. He called Colonizer 33 Expedition 30. He calls Expedition 33 Colonizer 33. And he's incredibly racist. She's like, no, that doesn't happen. Yes, it does. The life of a rampant racist. Which he is. But according to him, he is not. I still need like 10 levels. I need like 10 levels. They're doing 100s. Oh shit. I don't think they're doing carries though. 65s. Well, we've seen them though. We know. Like, you should see the audio. I mean, the audio is trippy. Like, the dudes. I mean, the dude exists. I mean, the fact alone, he talks about you should listen to Leninist and Marxist and social black socialists, as well as other socialists, then apply it to gaming. What the fuck's wrong with the guy? You would never think these people exist. And the dude looks like a troglodyte. He looks like some inbred monster. Seriously. You know? I think the audio, I really do think the audio would, I think sorter. When we go over that, I believe it would break people. Because I don't think people think these people exist. See, you're being charitable. You're being charitable about it, sorter. You know what? You're being very, very. I'm not gonna say it's like I'm the person who like knows the spoilers. It's like I know I'm sitting on a television show. I've dealt with this man long enough. The only thing I can't figure, a cultural Marxist wouldn't be as racist as bad as he is. And he's not getting out of that in any time soon, by the way. It reminds me, I need to get that edited down, and I got it edited to a degree. Strangely enough, I'm more worried about the points he talks about people with small hats and being super anti-Semitic. Because the thing about it is, he's such a cultural progressive and so anti-Semitic. He, it just comes out and flows like him screaming the N-word. Basically. Which sounds crazy if you begin to think about it. But he does one better. He talks about W.D. Du Bois, right? He talks about all these professors, but he's no better. Mm. Kimberly Crenshaw, wasn't she a white woman? I mean, if I am correct. No, Kimberly Crenshaw's the... No, that's a different one. See, I don't think he knows who Kimberly Crenshaw is. Or Crenshaw is. Ugh, can't speak right now. I don't think he knows who she is. Oh, God, that does sound like him. Oh, Jesus. It does. When you start to think about it. Eh. No, no, no. I'd have to think. Maybe he did mention Kimberly Crenshaw. But then again, he can't, his whole theory is, his actual theory is, Japanese people like black people and depict them correctly. And he thinks Jeff Keighley has been racist against Japanese-based games since the Spike Awards. Which I doubt that man has been alive long enough and aware enough of that to understand the Spike Awards. Alright? I challenge him on that. Alright? That ain't happening. All because some game that had balls won that year over Wind Waker. Alright? Yeah. That's why he thinks the evil white Jewish people and everybody else hate it. No, not because it was the early 2000s and going against GTA San Andreas was suicide. GTA was a cultural phenomenon. Good luck. You know? Christ on a fucking stick, folks. Think about it. Yeah, I remember that. G4 kinda did shit on them. And then people act like they did, like, but there's also a guy he tries to make the case with him that, uh, we're talking the let's just say prior to 2010, when Western games were still on point. You know, that era where you don't. It's like you can hate all the Chinese slot games in the entire world right now. You cannot like what Chinese developers are doing. Like, you can say they're being unoriginal all day. But they're still providing a service that the West can't fulfill. Hell, even the Japanese have fallen off. Literally, the last same big PS5 titles, going back to 4, have been the same game. Revenge and lesbians. Or revenge with lesbian teas. At least with female leads, alright? With female leads. Ghost of Tsushima. Revenge. Literally revenge. Ghost of Yotai. Lesbian. Revenge. Horizon. Like, it would be like saying Capcom. Do you remember the, Sorter? Do you remember the era Capcom basically could not make anything beside Resident Evil games? Period. All they could do was Resident Evil. They have an entire catalog for years. Dino Crisis. Everything underneath them. And all they can do is shit out Resident Evil. Resident Evil this, Resident Evil that. So much so, you had 20 flavors of Resident Evil. Like, I'm not kidding. You can say the Japanese are brilliant people. In some parts they are. But in the way I challenge the same people who say that to modern anime. Alright? May I introduce to you Witch from Mercury? Generic anime manga slop flowing out of Japan right now that all looks the same. They write lesbian relationships as men and women. Or they have some sort of tarot slant. Their creativity is dead. It's Yuri subplot 1,000,000. And then they write the more dominant one that acts like a man. Reverse it for the Yoi and boy love branch. The shit is creatively dead. Again, I don't know. Again, some people say I don't know what I'm talking about. I read a site that updates everything. Villainous manga 1,000,000. I want to reform the villain. I want to reform the villain. I could save him. Plot 1,000. Isekai. Plot number 1,000,000. Give me a break. Well, okay, some have been good. Like, but I'd say for every good manga and anime, you do arguably have bad ones. But they're not so terrible. But it's not like you discover them. Let's just say you try to discover. And I have found some, and some aren't half bad. And arguably, as I said, I've seen some. They've continued on for, what, 10, 15 years? I mean, it's arguably to say, if you talk about, but I'd love to ask them, do you consider manhwas and manhwas part of Japan? Because most manhwas and most manhwas are almost all the same. Manhuas are largely cultivator plot 100,000. Like, they won't fucking admit that. Most manhwas are weak pathetic beta male gets bullied at a school, takes over the school, or takes over the guy's girlfriend. That's the more better ones. The bullied child then bullies the bully, then goes and dominates the bully. Well, yes, but okay, sort of. How do you explain Witch from Mercury being mainly only popular? How do you explain the Witch from Mercury uh, controversy? I blame the West for that. See, I blame West. I also blame them for Gundam builders. Alright? Witch from Mercury. Arguably very much a very average Gundam series. Done by the guy who did Revolutionary Girl Utena. And the guy who also did Code Geass. Or Code Geass, depending on how you say it. So much so, they carried over the lesbian subplot. Now, you could make the phrase and wait that American Gundam fans are very progressive and leftist. But I would make it and say that Gundam has never, it's always been about war. War and peace, basically, that comes from the end of it. But see, everyone from Witch of Mercury got really mad the Japanese didn't show them holding hands. Alright? They got really mad. Why don't you show that they're gay and they're happy in love? It's Gundam. Alright? Gundam never really does romances. Never has. You know? You know what? If this is the last stream I do on Diablo 4 this season, please understand why. Please. Because you're the fucking third time this has fucking crashed. Or just corruption error fucking 10. Faster. Now I'm about to check out this entire fucking season until this game company pulls its head out of its fucking ass. There is nothing more I hate in a game than wasting my fucking time. That's part of the reason I have a love-hate relationship with Battlefield 6 right now. I'm getting fucking tired of it. Every time I've gotten into a rhythm today, I've had a fucking problem. And that was just a blue... I mean, see, I'm just gonna shelve it for a fuck. I'm getting ready to about shelve this game for the fucking season and don't fucking come back till next season. And then maybe they'll figure their fucking back end of the fucking game out. Or maybe you can, when I get near a Cataclysm Druid, they don't lag out the fucking entire area. Same with a ball lightning person. Because it's certainly not my computer. Because it's a graphical issue. Seriously. I'm losing my patience for the game. And it's a problem as old as time itself. Wasting my goddamn time as work is the easiest way of making sure that I refuse to play the actual game. When I know it's their stuff doing it, not mine. I mean, technically, I already have the pet. I don't give a fuck about the last one. I already got the other one done. You know what? This is the point that I get to in the season and I just don't pick it up again. I try to complete Destroyer and I don't care for the rest of the season. All because they can't fix their stability issues. All I want is Destroyer. The moment I get fucking Destroyer done, I'll probably get done. I will see you though. I might stream. I'm actually waiting on multi, but I may need to take a break before multi needs me. Oh, Christ on a stick. That was just a bad time to crash. It's not even a crash, dude. This is just... What update broke something? You know? No, I need to go in and just... I need to... I really am about to go in and just tear down all the fucking shit that I just installed and just to see what caused it. I want to know what caused it. What the fuck did not install correctly? Like something physically did not install correctly. Bastard, you fucking piece of shit. See, I don't like streaming angry, and I don't. Part of it is I don't like doing other people stream angry. I'll do my own. But this is so dumb. It's like, it's worse. And the thing is, if I look up the error, it says it's a kernel 41. It doesn't say what the error is. A kernel 41 is a generic power error. It's something is causing a core flaw in Windows. I would be surprised if it's their bullshit security system. Literally. See, I have these, but again, I can't. I use them because of that. They're 2 stars, so they're both great for what they do. So that was a Fidrus bug. Seriously. Oh, Jesus Christ. What is it? They say July 15th? But this season started in October. But nothing shows recent. Because there is no corrupted drivers. Nothing. Which, see, I do play crossplay. Well, I mean, the nerf on teleport. Interesting. If it is if it's a VRAM problem, Jesus. Let's see. Because here's a trick. If it is a VRAM problem, well, I'll see if it fixes it. And then trying to change file formats not going to help either. So if it's a memory issue, then there's nothing they can do unless they know it. Suck it up. Ugh. Take a second. What? So the idea. Wonder what it is. Shit. Move. Move. Let's try this one more time. See if I can get through. If it is a memory leak problem from the last update, then that's bad. Because if it's a memory issue, memory issues can't be easily solved without them fixing it. That's what it has to be. The only thing I can do on my end is turn down my game. I mean, and it sounds weird because if that update, the last update, which changed the UI, which by all means caused the leak, that's just a severe question. And now the other problem too is if it's an actual so if it's an actual just Windows issue, I mean, well, it's the idea that the game is not giving back its RAM it's taking. So inadvertently you're creating a basic situation that's something I can figure. So inadvertently it creates a fatal error. The problem is identifying what creates it, because hell tides are constant spawns. So, and everything is up to date as well, so the issue is itself. If re-verify doesn't inherently fix it, then there's something wrong. Like, whatever that recent UI change or whatever they did with the system could have easily done it. Oh, I do not like it though. It's just, it's pretty bad. Because I've checked everything on my end. Nothing is showing any errors. And it's just generic problems. Like, it's the strangest thing. If you look at it, Either that or the game has been triggering a security problem. And either one, still pretty fucked. So. Oh, fuck. Sure. What the fuck? What's up with the fucking shit? Yeah. Strange. Strange, I tell you. Yeah. Good luck on that one. Sork. Ice blast. Yep. Nope. I got about. See, now I gotta move towards the other top, so. See if I can get that last glyph spot. That'll be good. Technically, my DPS is still overall low. Well, a lot of this is like I said, 60 is upper tier. So when you're getting into 60s, 70, I mean, you're talking about a 20 level difference from normal. I wonder if he's throwing the poison one. It's one thing I can figure. If you're doing poison, where, well, technically the poison version does have slower, but I don't know why you'd be using your own. Stinger, Touch of Death. Be honest, for 3 swords, I expect better. So the idea, yeah, they're not windows. Definitely too squishy to be up here. Well, that just tickles. Dick. Stop reviving him. Necro Shadow Rift. Yep, well, I'll take it though. I mean, Shadow Rift, Necro. Acceptable. Not the worst, but Sacrifice Shadow Rift is definitely, if that's what he's on without minions, is weirder. Ooh. It is rougher. It is rough. Hmm. Well, if it's an XP thing, I'll let him choose. But yeah, no. I mean, technically, as far, sure. I can exist in low tiers of tier 4. You know? It's not going to help my lips in me, I know that much. But if it's a stable source of XP, I'm not going to refuse. Ugh. Oof. Ain't mine. I'll let a person choose. That's the thing. People know kind of what they're doing. And it's the point. If it's not my original party, I'm not gonna really care about the order. As long as we do fine. That's how it works. I only care about it if it's not my party. If it's my party, I'm gonna go for basically max. So if that's the case. You might learn. Ah, That's either bone spirit or reap. I could be wrong. That's definitely the weirdest looking bone spear I've ever seen in my life. But definitely. Bone spear with bone spirit. Dude, I gotta check that out. That's funny. Because here's the thing, that's not an bad one. Let's assume. That's what he's on. I mean, it's possible. I mean, Bone Spirit is, or Bone Spear even, is not hard. I've already done the season pass. Now I just gotta get them. Okay. Nope. And he's using the what is he using? Because if he's using Bone Spirit, that's like 3, unless he's using Reap. That's like the only thing I can think of. If you're using Reap. Oh god. See, okay, so Bone Spirit is not that bad. Like, when you start looking at it, how it works, Like, I like Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit has its own. Bone Spear with Indra's. And then there's also a thing that can become Shadow, which I'd have to play with and make. Well, actually, I'd have to play with it just to see how it works. And proof of concept is more the issue. But Bone Spear, though, is different than Bone Spear It. Because Bone Spear It takes everything you got. Hello, sir. Yeah, no. Oh, God, though. But yeah, no, I think, like, see, Bone Spirit, like, see, I use Reap and Sever on the Sacrifice version, the Shadow, for reasons. So you have Blight, then you have the other one. Dude, if I get every single run like that, I would take those every time. Ew. Oh, fuck. That's so bad. Uh, God, so much. Solution might be to dump. Simple solution. Probably open up a page and just dump all this shit into it. Mark the ones for junk, then mark everything else. Honestly. Why did I go over there? Well, technically, it would have been wiser to just clear out the one. It might be just wiser. I'll see if it fixes, because it'd be funny if just redoing the if re-verifying the game fixes it, because I had something the other day, like it broke my entire MiHoYo game. It's like, yeah. So Bone Storm, Bone Spirit, and Blight. Uh, well, I was wrong. He's on Blight and Bone Spirit. What a brave soul. Blight and Bone Spirit. And Corpse Explosion. That's mad lad indeed. Engorgers, Ebon Piercer. So Bone Storm and Bone. Wow. Okay, so Bone Storm, Bone Spirit, Blight, and Corpse Explosion. That's a hell of a combination. Bone Spirit. See, Bone Spirit. Guess that Bone Storm. Blight, Reed, Bone Spirit, Bone Storm, Bone Spirit, and Corpse Explosion. Lidless Wall, Ebon Piercer, and Pain Wargers. With a focus and shards. But that's absolutely mad Latin. Because Bone Spirit and Bone Storm, I'm assuming, and and technically, Bone Storm can consume corpses, which gives you essence. Because any time you consume corpses in any means, that's consuming corpses. even if it is essence. And Bone Storm can consume corpses naturally. And that's Bone Storm Spike Spam. Because he's not really using what it looks like when I throw Blight. Basic skill. He is using it. Uh, that's a build that shouldn't exist. Amulet of Amulet of Locone as well. That's definitely a weird ability. So it turns Bone Splinter into up to 18 shards. And he's using the one from physical, all bone skills become shadow. But he's also using 4 chaos as well. And a Harlequin's. That is a mad lad build indeed. And he has corpse explosion to basically end corpse and bone storm to both generate essence. But that build consumes essence like nobody's business. What the actual fuck? A for creativity. I must give him S rank on creativity. That goes beyond anything I would do. That's like one too many like ways to spin a build. Made possible by Harley Quinn's crest, by the way. Still my favorite of all the mythics, but you're doing a little one too many things. Lidless Wall, Ebon Piercer I can kind of see. The sword that makes attack. What basic? Unless you're gonna make basics. See, the thing is, he also uses Moonrise. I mean, to be honest, my minions don't do shit here. Blood Wave, on the other hand, does. I mean, this is a bad combination for them. The only thing we're missing, again, the only thing we're missing is a Spiritborn spamming their skills, which would be like, actually a pretty good group. I'll slowly gain XP. It'd been better if it's Mother's Gift, but if it was Mother's Gift, oh Jesus, that would be a lot of XP. Sure, folks. That's a weird one to use. So he's also using Reap for the execution. He uses the Reap for the execution, probably that. But he has no, like, zero, fuck, like, he has, like, three, like, he has, like, literally, like, three skills. Three. Only three. Which is absolutely insane. But that's all chaos loot, though. That's all chaos loop outside of it. It's amazing you can get that to work. So, lidless wall, ping gorgers, lidless wall, ebon piercer, and amulet of why wouldn't you use this? Thought wouldn't occur to him though. Probably not, because he's already not thinking it. You only have. I mean, you only have what? 3 talent slots? 3? The rest are absolute skills? Or passives? So he would invest into the Bone Storm. Because Ultimate Shadow works on both Bone Storm and Bloodwave. That is a hectic little way of trying to pull it off. Hold on. And then you just throw this into the mix. So, Lokren's Talisman. But that's absolute mad lad, though. Ebon Piercer makes sense. I guess you have both Blight and that to spam. Shard of Etril, which. But you're going to be gaining 30. No, you're going to have to gain, like. Actually, hold on. Hold on. Reacquaint myself with Bone Spirit. But that's only what? See, he's using decaying cuberous. So, decaying. Weird. Hold on. Let's see. So, with this wall. See, I couldn't make use of this if I was what if I could find a way. Bloodless stream should be funny. There, because there's a whole skill tree if you could freeze. But that is absolutely mad laddish. Then you need the Ebon Piercer right there. Then you need the. If you did. And you only have room for 3. And your basics are going to basically be. So he basically has attack speed with the ability to basically regenerate essence. Because a net loss on essence would fucking kill a horse. Thank you, Blizzard. You're being a piece of shit. Obviously. So that's clearly a Blizzard issue. Despite their shit. A Fenris crash. Well, hell. See, that type of build's only possible because of the Chaos Loop. If it weren't for it, it wouldn't be possible. But that skill tree, without the Harley Quinn's crest, probably wouldn't work. It would be the weirdest shit ever. See, I've thought about it. I've actually thought about doing the Bone Storm build. Bone is not that much different than Shadow. And Shadow's going to have the crossover with Bone eventually. Because what makes Indidra's work is Bone Spears with Bone Prison. That's the other build I use. Which I don't think I can duplicate this season unless I get it. See, because semis, I would have to have Indira's. Ah. You know, if that wasn't a net negative, I have always liked Bloodless Scream. Never found a way to use it. Right? So, 1 to 2 ish on those. It's entirely possible. But see, I do not have an Endress. So, see, other than that, it's the only other way to use Bloodless Scream. You have to sacrifice that spot. Believe it or not. Which is crazy. Only way it works. By the way, none of this shit makes sense. See, I got that early on. It's just kind of funny. But I need to keep all my chaos loot in one page. Because I didn't get any, because to get Indris, I need to do Beast and Ice. Personally, I dislike Beast and Ice. So the idea itself. I mean, but I gotta admire he made that build work. But that thing would use so much essence, you'd be drained. And it basically, without the Harley Quinn's crest, that wouldn't work. Be curious on how much damage he actually does, but the idea he just basically does, what, 300,000 or so? But I feel like 300,000 is like fucking shack all at that level. Because he has no multipliers. Even if you are critting. Makes no sense. But I can't exist in tier 4. The problem itself is I just need to get my shit up. Why are they all druids? That's not gonna work. That face. It didn't make any progress. I'm gonna have to be in these. Fuck. Really. Fucking bots. My. Half of these are bots. I need a stable group that's blasting 60s. $70 to $75. This is just bad luck. They need to be 90. See, for me to make progress, I need this myself. But helping others does. $47.50. You guys can do 50. Oh god. Oh. This shit's child's play. Pardon the reference. $145. Well, 45. Actually, I don't know my limits. That's the key. See, I don't know my limits solo. So B, the question is what is my limit solo? And it's something I'd have to test on my own. I mean, I'm suspecting suspecting as fast as we kill, we should. By firepower reasons, I should be able to do 55. Unless they're stacked to 4. This dude's asking for death. Again, child's play. And I need, like, higher. Unless you're spamming them at a minute clearing. But then again, to do 100s, you probably have to. No! Damn it. Fuck. Thank you, game. Victim of the fucking... Can they not have borderless window? Please? Jesus. But I would like full screen one day. Shielded are not fair, by the way. But again, this is scaled to 4 people, so... So 54s I should be able to do. But the problem itself is just what? Failure is basically what? The percentage point, so... Uh-huh. Right. One bug that I would like fixed is, it's the bug that... It's a little bit slower. Good on XP, though. I mean, 70% is not the greatest, but. So, like, it eventually gets down to, like, you're just 70%, you're just spamming it to upgrade it. Fucking allergies. Tell you, death of me. Always pay the next 2 days. Fuck. Sorry about that. 1 second. Allergies. I tell you, that is fun. Why are you doing 4 days? I mean, 40s make sense if people just know to stay back, take the portal. You'll level a lot quicker. I mean, 54 with 1 death in about 4 minutes, yeah. Unless you're just doing some mad lad science and thinking, oh, you're clearing this with like X amount, so give or take, it's. So if 54s don't clear and your target clear is about a minute or two, let's say 2 minutes. Let's just assume you want to play the math person and spreadsheet this game. 2 minutes on a run, figure out what it is, okay? Hypothetically. Never been my style. The problem is, you figure out how far you can go, then you reach that cap. When you reach the cap, tone it down. Basically, go up as high as you can till you get your ass kicked and totally destroyed. Because if the turnaround you're thinking is a minute or two, I'm not saying it's oxymoronish, but it's a fuck up there. Right? Because I'm not going to get upgrades. I mean, at like 55, I barely get 70s. I could always ask him for carries. I don't like asking for carries. I just don't like it. You know what? I gotta say it. Or these don't help me. It's not complaining as much as it's just for me to advance, I need glyphs to be 70. That's just a fact. Either I do it myself or I drag them along. That's sad, but the problem is he can stay alive in a 54. And that's what, 4 minutes? 3 minutes and 30? Run 50s, it's at least not as bad. But see, the other ones don't help glyphs. The concept is a group of four blast through these, but it's fine. But it's only going to help till our glyphs get to the point of they don't go up anymore. And my glyphs are already there. Again, they're already there. I mean, 1% is not. Like, even at, like, let's assume you need to get it to 99. Mm. Usually when I'm behind, I have to ask people to help for a second, and I'll just drag others up. I return the favor. Know it can do it. More worth it. As long as that my blood wave doesn't wash him around like water in a bathtub, it bounces. Like a toy in a bathtub, it's fine. That is a bug with blood wave. Blood wave will just wash him around like a toy in a like a plastic boat or something, so it doesn't kill them and it interferes, which is a common bug. So, mm. And it might just be an animation thing in reality, but it actually causes. It won't go through walls. So, and to switch to the more pit pushing version of this, I go sacrifice. That's why I need to get the other one up. Oh, fuck. It's like, for the love of God, teleport. That did bad. If he did not teleport, that would have been a potentially sad existence. Because it would have spawned on him. Ah, thank God. Yeah, that's a lot better. So much better on experience. so much. Hmm. Uh, mhm. Uh, okay, let's see. Again, this build can entirely skip entire. Thing about Bloodwave with Kissimmee automatically skips tiers. Like, I'll be in tier 1 for like the hottest minute ever. Combined with Blight, I go to tier 3. There's no tier 2 unless I'm not getting gear, which happened this season. And then I can easily, after getting it leveled with the semi-correct stuff, go straight into tier 4. And I'm scaled for it, except for the deep parts. Now, in reality, the only thing that I would like better is better boots. I want evade boots. I don't want these. I want the ones with evade charges. Because I abuse the evade charges. Well, actually, technically, the thing about the evade charge boots is a dodge, but it is also a mobility. So if I ever get, like, trapped, I can evade through. 100% is the reason for it, by the way. I initially used them with Metamorphosis, then just always use it. But the idea is Curse. Since it's Curse, you just have, like, oh, you need to dodge through enemies. Unless it's like a wall or something. Yeah, you can't dodge through a wall. It's not allowed, so. Any kind of, I think it's not like a freeze effect will still freeze you. The ones that put up the walls will still whatever. Ooh. Oh, I would not. Oh, that's not that. Oh, nope. That's a very bad horde. I would not be in here. Oh god, that's a bad. They have vampires? What the fuck's in this mess? Jesus Christ. What was that? Corpse fiends. Drowned. I don't want to know. Corpse fiends, drowned, bloated corpses. Sure, that's a shitty ass combination. I need to do a mental reminder. If I ever talk about Toxic, I need to play the soundtrack to Expedition 33. Because he loves that game so much. Oh, God. See, that's a shit. Mm-mm-mm. See, Oh god. See, I have been busy between different games in reality. Like, I've been busy between actual games. So, it's like, the thing is, if they reset it once, or close, it's fine. Etch! I spotted that. That's a, Okay, that was my bad, because that thing was about to spew a shit ton of poison. Really? Really? 2-star pants. You bastards. Oh, you are bastards. Pants are probably some of the highly contested spots in the game. Because majority of what we use is that. Oh. I'm missing one. I need one more. Thank you. It's nice to finally start looking like a normal build for once. But I'm gonna have to dig out about intelligence out. I'm gonna have to dig out, like, basically intelligence. Like, I'll have about 15, so I'm gonna have to find a way to find 40. Somewhere in that mess. See, I thrive in large groups. Well, by large groups, I mean. Yeah, he don't. Yeah. Hmm. See, that build of his don't. See, I thrive in it because I have executions and I have a big giant button that's a nuke option. So, almost every game I play, I usually find myself in a proverbial shitstorm. Yeah, you're not. Hmm. You poisonate his friend. See, I pulled him up and then killed him. The goal is to. It sounds weird. Blood Wave in itself needs to be part of. Part of it is pushing like this. You pull enough of them up, and then you kill them. So that's kind of the purpose. where I know it sounds self-explanatory, but it's one of the few ways a build like this clears because the firm cooldown floor is 8 to 10 seconds. And if you miss with it, if you don't have another ability, your ultimate doesn't go off again for another period of time. So, make use of it. Basically. If I get to about 250 in a season, I'm happy. 220, 250. 250 is about the bare minimum. Like, boss encounters to solo at about 250 to 270. That's kind of where you are. Because later pits are just spongy, so. Oof. It just never changes, especially in the current. And you and your fear. See, the reason I like the Mordecrux too is because the Mordecrux can give me certain shields or gives me life. Because it has a third shield. So those shields don't do shit against some Uber bosses. They keep us alive. You, sir, how the fuck did you live? I should have dismantled shit after that last run. I mean, but unfortunately, this game does not have a, like, slower. I did entirely miss a world boss. Hmm. Huh? 55, I think. I try to tell people, because glyphs, unless your glyphs are not that, because glyph success isn't coming at 40. 50, because if we can clear 40, 54s in like 4 minutes, that's easy. Clear 54s, and 54s are fine. Do 50s. Because it's not about time clearing. This is about... Because it's not an XP race, if we're trying to level glyphs. So... Because at some point... Oh, God. Yeah, at some point, glyphs don't level. My glyphs are 50. So... My glyphs ain't gonna level it like that. Like, I could use Abyssal. They'll work to a point, but they ain't gonna work to that. Because if we can... See, the idea is as a group, we're clearing 54s in 3 minutes. We could probably clear 655s. '55s are tier 4 base. I mean, 54s at least give that. Eh. Then again, that's my logic. Because, I mean, granted, they don't know their limits. I know mine. Just test your limits for what they are worth. Because once you find your ceiling, you kind of know. I mean, this is something I do every season, so judging by my build, like, I know where my build should hit. Like, this build, by all rights, should be hitting at 55s. Like, if I could just walk into tier 4 with what I have, and I can at least clear on base damage, yeah. Now, should I say it's up at 60, 70? No. I don't think so. I mean, multipliers are good. I could probably push to 60, but that's where I'll have to test it myself. So, Now, if you're trying to quick level, and you're just, you can't do maxes with clearance, you basically, let's say, go down 5, and then you blast those. Till you can do that. What you think you can fast clear. That's where everyone gets it wrong about, like, these. Like, yeah, if you want to go try hard, you can push up to 100. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I did that in a season. It's stupid. Dumb. It's like, you'll drive yourself mad trying to get up that high because the scaling is just going to be... Eventually, the padding on all enemies is so retarded. It's just pure dumb. Like, at that point, you are literally just... The thing is scaled 3 to 4 times with 20% or 30% more HP. Because what pits were about 3 seasons ago, you add about 20 levels, 15 to 20 levels. And that's about where anyone hits. Because when Blizzard rebalanced, 75s were like hitting 90s, basically. So even a build like mine, everything just... it's... I can run around tier 4, I can clear hordes, I can clear that. Unless you're one-shotting everything. Because a lot of it's finding limits. Like, I'm probably limiting myself by going through 50s. Quite honestly. But we're playing quick enough that the XP loss is not terrible. And until my glyphs get to the point it's 70%, you're under where you should be. Most builds, if they're min-maxed, punch up to about... Like, this build punches up to tier 3. As I said, if you can skip tier 2 and get into tier 3 with a base version of this build, you already know that Spiritborns with multipliers can hit up, basically. Huh. Now someone gets the right bloody idea. Thank you. Just my little bit of encouragement. At least push till we can't die. So, yeah. See, as I said, they get to be like pillows. It's they're all pillow forwarded at some point. Yeah, but once your multipliers, sorry, but once the multipliers hit, you're gonna be way above. And that's the biggest thing. Builds, you have to understand where. And it's not always about running a meta. Quite honestly, if your build hits tier 4 and you are just comfortable base tier 4, you're doing correct, in my opinion. If you want to live in tier 2 and you don't want to try hard push, so be it. Me, I'm just more comfortable in tier 4 because of the loot hunt. Because that's just natural. And fucking lightning. Pieces of shit. Thank you. You can go eat one. And corridors. If I'm not in the mood to push pits in a season, as long as my builds can clear tier 4, I don't care. They don't have to be able to one-shot Uber Lilith. Or survive the bullshit storm of whatever ex-boss. It's playing comfortably where you are. And enjoying it. Me, I just like playing in tier 4. Even if it at halftime is a lonely place. So, that's the logic, right? At least my logic. I like the challenge. I mean, every build's gonna have a... Every build has an upper limit. Don't let it fool you. Not every build is a pit 150 build. Ooh, eaten? Oh, you're gonna be a piece of shit. I know it. Quite honestly, I die more to their damn spam poop on the fucking floor than anything. Oh, fuck off. Damn it. You actually have to stop her before she... Well, technically it's a she, but... Till that one gets the other one. I mean, it's a boss. It's not like a horrible boss, but... So... It's an entirely manageable encounter. Now, mothers are a pain in the ass. I don't know why they have a tendency to be tough, but they will. Uh, like I say, mothers, like, God, what are they? Like I said, what is it? I am blanking the name of the boss. They're, Nope, that's gonna bother me. They're the cult. They're the cult mothers. The They have the spam effects, and like higher tiers, those are just retarded. Like vampires at some point are just like the ones. No, it's not den mothers. I'll know it when I see them. Because you start running into them more in 60s and 70s. So, like, once you know you're comfortable with, like, oh, oh, that's not good. Mm-mm. I want to down anybody. I mean, I care more about the play. Which, I mean, granted, hell, if I get to 250, I'm good. Like, I've pushed to 200, 290. And it's like, yeah, you're just asking for... Between other things I do, I'm just way too... When I say I'm busy, I'm actually busy. Like, if everything went according to plan, it's like at some point, okay, I have to go into, like, I have, like, stuff that's routine. Contrary for every single time I do. Well, go fuck yourselves. Jesus. Trying to bully me into a room. For every commentary topic I talk about, I'm researching 3 to 4 hours. For every hour I'm going. That's like a mild minimum. Every. But also, it seems like I may play games like live service or seasonal. I've played more single players than a person like Toxic has played in his life. Or Disparity. They say, you're not a gamer. Okay. I stand and say, I like stuff for stories and routine. Does it bring me enjoyment? Till it doesn't. Division 2, I enjoy. Now, in reality, Do I go do the season and do I do it in bulk? Probably. But like 4 hours there is akin to, I hate to say it, a full-time job of XP. Because I put up top 1% stats over there. Here, I mean, eventually, and I say eventually, you get to the point, you're just fighting a straight XP hole. You're not fighting anything else. That makes sense, people. You're fighting an XP like because look, 18 million, it goes to 24 million, right? You're going to 24. It goes up another 4 million. This shit doesn't change. It becomes harder. It doesn't become easier. By the time you're in about, they make it easy to get to about 140 to 1 to 200. Like so about till about 160 to 180, right? It's smooth sailing in a build that's a blast build, or just something that's straight. You're destroying mobs. That's the purpose. But as soon as you reach a point, no. You're making, you're not gaining a level a day. Soon that level becomes 10 million, becomes a billion. Like at one point in leveling Paragons, it is literally an entire 10 of these, 3 or 4 of these runs. That's in a good day. So let's say they add 4 million a level. 20 levels, that's 80 million. Give you an idea. A completion without potions, without the incense, it becomes stupid. Now, if you can comfortably get to the point you can blast 80s, all right. I'll be honest, if your build can blast 75s to 80s right now, you're doing great. There's nothing wrong with that. You're in the top probably 20% players at that rate. Because you're there. If you're in the top, if you're in that top, there's no shame. Because only about 15 to 20% of all players reach tier 4. Realistic. That's realistic numbers. And we do it because we like it. I mean, it's like putting your dick in a vice. Eventually, right? Because eventually it becomes... Because your ultimate goal is to farm tier 4. Now, cool. If your build can't one-shot... Well, technically, one-shot Duriel at once, you know? It's... Which you can't really do anyways. And Anduriel breaks people who are 300 Paragons. So I don't know what people are on about. There's not that much of a power creep difference. So about 250. You're able to be in 5 boards. Really? You're already there. I mean, at some point, you have fuck you AP points, Paragon points, and that's what you're doing with it. I hate to say it. It happens more often than you think. Which is crazy, I know. I mean, at some point, you run out of points in your build. Now, there are builds, I shit you not, that are so Paragon hungry, they don't feel good till about 250. Which is crazy to say. I've had a barbarian build that I built. That one I built. That thing can consume points like it's nobody's business. It's Bleed Hota. Same thing. Kind of what you see in a meta. But I change one board and I use the Arsenal board. It's equivalent to me using the cult leader board for this character. And if you think how many I have between, I have another board. Because, like, one of the boards never gets used. Like, it's a pass-through board. You know. Sure. Which is crazy to say. But one Paragon board, I'll almost want to hit every single node. And I mean, it might be that, I forget what board it is. I'd have to go back and look at it, but Well, it sucks. Now, I will say I'm winding up with more max rolls this season than I ever have. I wind up with more of those than I do anything. What? Thank you, I know. Seriously? That's unfair. Fine. You know what? Good little test. About 60. Yeah. These are scale. Alright. It's eating. The walls are partly eating my stuff. They don't eat shadow. They eat that. Fuck off. I said about 60 was mine. Oh, I am not denting that shield. Yeah, see, I'm not denting that shield. Everything else gets dented, but not that shield. Anything that can take a full blood wave deserves respect, alright? I'm sorry, but that has to be. I mean, if it's not moving it, you understand. If it ain't moving, that thing has extra shielding, so it's like I hate these walls. I go so the other side. Like I don't knock sorks. They have fun. But again, I'm not gonna be blasting shit that has like 1,000 shields. That's kind of stupid. That's eh. See, even if I'm making progress by like a little millimeter, I at least feel better. Alright? It helps. Well, he said that. See, I need intelligence. So I'm going to fish out about 10 intelligence. Which is going to suck. I have to fish out 40. So I gotta fish out about 2 more out of there. Ow! Ow! No, 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 no. Uh-huh. Multi took a nap, didn't he? See, on my second server that I'm on in Dune, I need to make sure to go pay my taxes. I mean, I already did it on my other, but... Can you go eat a bag of dicks? Seriously, game? Or was I in a puddle of fucking poison? Legit. That's legit. That was my bad. I was in like a pool of poison that just murdered me. So... So... So something was utterly horrible. And something will still always instigate you. Fuck. I know I misfired that, and I did that on purpose. I want them in there. This is why you need to start getting your glyphs up. Okay? So this is why. Like at this level, yeah. That's when you need your glyphs at 60. Really? Poison on the floor? No. See, that's what I said about tier 3. You can be in 45s. But you gotta be higher. Pit pushing is an entire science. I swear. But what works here, for the most part, works in the open world. Ball lightning, as much as I curse the people who use it, I'm glad you have fun. They function on a multiplayer system that is pretty stupid. Now, it's not as dumb as it used to be, but it works. So it's like my multipliers, but their multipliers are based on an elemental multiplier. So there's a whole science and math to it. Multi is going to be seriously like, I know how it works. Uh, it's because he left. Come on. It's kind of the only way. It's the only way you make progress. Joke is, it's the only way you learn to swim. Alright? Sucks. I don't like it. I'm asking to be. If I drop the minions. Fuck off! Jesus Christ! Oh, fuck my life. What the fuck? Okay. I want to know what that shit was. Alright. That cannot happen again. I only survive between a shield and like 20,000 health plus bonuses. What the? That was a powerful tick. What kind of poison is that? And we're not even seeing the poison puddles on the floor. Because it wasn't burn. That was poison. Oh, shit. Okay, see, Sorks have a tendency to blow themselves up. Which is normal. In a way, you're like Necros without the defense. With about 3 to 4 uniques. So... when your life is more than poison, that's not a good sign. Your life is more than poison. What the? That was just bad. That's good, but Jesus. That's poison in small corridors. We were screwed. That nearly wiped at least 3 of us. That's, look, there's nothing to be ashamed of with that. Poison in this game is bullshit. Basically. Because the issue with poison, effectively, it's just worse. After the scale down, the poison effect that we can do, even at our best, is hails. Ooh. Uh-huh. I'm sorry, if you can just take... I'm gonna be honest. If you can honestly just go in there... See, the difference between this build and the other one, like one I'll have like the bloodbath, I get extra damage from like the sack. Hmm. Well, I forget what it is. Because I used the, because I used... Really? They're trying to find their limits. And unfortunately, they're finding their limits. Find where your limit is, and you're good. Meh, random shits. Uh, hmm. Uh, not good. Not good, not good, not good, not good. Hey. Oh, fuck off. It got absorbed half by the terrain. Not good. Oh. Nope. I don't like it. It's my hill to die on. My little personal battle. Eh. Should go help them. How much more did they leave? God damn it. Damn, them dying. I'd scale it back a little bit. Scale it down to these 68s at this point. Jesus. See, when you have a basically what is like a giant nuke, that's what I have. I have basically multiple nukes. MERV equivalent. Oh, and the problem is getting here. Oh, it's kind of like babysitting, you know? My build has redundancy. where I have multiple abilities to survive, they're probably running on glass and literally glass cannon. Sadly. Um, which is an actual thing for them. So they take more damage, so but they also do more damage too. So the trade-off is you take more damage in the process. The other question is the thing is if it's reachable. I mean, honestly, if they had died, oh god. Why does it have to be tight corridors? It needs to end. It's not conducive. But yeah, if I get it, I'm not going to be too depressed. So a lot of this is annoying. See, now that I can settle into a pace, it's easier. Yes, and we're all helping each other out. It's like, see, part of my damage is big dick damage that helps them out. Part of theirs is more of the other. So, 6 one, half a dozen the other. Son of a bitch. Spoke too soon. Oh, come on. No. Good. Oh, there's vampires. Any of those. It's kind of weird when a necromancer is more tankier than the fucking one of the tankiest classes in the game, which is unfortunately true. Gotta be really careful. Yes. See, before I go into the one, I need to make sure I have 40. This is bad. Oh my. No! Ah! Ugh. That is an unholy poison puddle. God sakes. Well, someone resisted the urge to die. Thank you. That's a good sign. That is a very, 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 very good sign. Oh, that is a very. I give the guy props for that. One more death and we would have been in negative. Ugh. Basically, we were at 90. We were at 90. That's the basically right around where the point is. Fire. Vampires? I swear. And I'm kind of on the entire lead. Like, eventually, this class reaches 70 or 80 is about the limit for this. This variant starts dying out. Its effectiveness starts disappearing at about 70 or 80. Now, I'm not saying you couldn't do a version of this and go out comfortably. I know. That's just the nature of it. There's a reason the sacrifice route is more viable in around starting in about 80 to about 100 pushes. That's the problem with it. As much as I like this build starts decaying. So about tier 80, this build will decay. Between 70 and 80. Solo. Which, I mean, that's pretty good for what it does. Rare. See, ball lightning ramps up. I have a natural. Really? What the fuck hit me? Multi. Ah, yeah, now. Mm, sadly. No, I want them all in their 60s. Prior commitments and all. So, I want to be 220, at least. If I can dent. Like, it's called denting it. I wanted in one of these groups earlier. This is what I needed earlier. Yeah. Keep something to wind down. In case multi just needs me for whatever reason. See, I mean, there's a reason I have like this. So, hypothetically, let's go up here and go right here. The problem with this is a -5 intelligence. Yes. So, -5 intelligence. So I'm missing like 2. So I gotta have to go up here. Or if you just pull it out, you just push this way. You know? Unless you go pull here, pull here, pull here. Something like that. Like, I think I've tested the mapping before, so it's like, if you test it, instead of doing this, you go, oh, hypothetically, you have 10 down here, right? Go 1, 2, up to this. Get away. Maybe that pushes up like this. You can still avoid. You can get back. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. Gotta test something. Six, right? 20. That's like not better. Because if you think about it, to have that one be that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. The problem is you're still crossing over here. Two, 3. Even then, 2. Like, hold on. So 20, 10, right there. That's 10. So, one, two, three. See if I don't know if I like that. See, in reality, this way doesn't change. See, this way doesn't change. Because this doesn't feed that, and that just goes up into here. When you're still taking the nodes here. See, this doesn't feed into here. And you can cut here and go down here. And into here, into here. Just like 6. Two, 3. Here. If it bridges up, so in theory, so if it bridges up, bridge here, $25. I still need like 30. Shit, I still need like 20. Still need 20, so I need 4 more points. Yeah. Yeah. Quick math. So I need 4 points. $30. $30. Right there. This is 30. I mean, so 30. There's a waste to go up there. So up here. I mean, cut up. Which doesn't make sense. $15. So the problem itself, you in reality waste more the way I was coming in. 3 go out to here. And into this. And this brings you all the way into that. Over. And that can loop into that, but that's 30. I'm still going to be missing 5. I mean, to be honest, the final push is either down into here. Okay, so either to here goes into this, and I take those. I can take those if I need them, but I don't always need those. This can break into here, and this gets into this. And you still need 15. It doesn't matter where So the inherent issue itself, this is a direct track here. That's a direct track. Be funny if I could fucking preserve that one. I still have to get into that. What? The problem itself is in that you need at least so four int nodes. You have to have 4 int nodes over 2, but that's stupid. Cat. I begin to hate cats. See, I mean, that's a quicker route. So the issue still have to get to here. No doubt about it. This is a shorter route, left or right. The question is the mapping. See, I could easily see here to here, branch up into here and go into here, which gives this. And then you also have this into this, down into here. But the question is, my map is old. See, the thing is, I go, see, I don't know if I like that. See, this goes into that. But see, this doesn't activate it, because I can tell this is an old one. It just has to be a really old one, back before I did it. But it doesn't make sense, right? Because, no. Like, and then you're going all across here, down to the other. Which, no. It's probably designed around a 270 in reality, which doesn't go over. You know. Plus, that Paragon mapping is really not fun to watch. So, we're talking, it's over by 5. So, most of it's by 5. Like, trying to find anything that accurately maps Paragons, like, even by AI standards, doesn't work. Done it before. Just, eventually, maybe when the companion AI gets better, you find it. But yeah, this is what I'm gonna have to do. Like, I'm gonna have to figure out how, and it's like, count. Look, the problem is being counting and being efficient. Now, the idea is to have one line. Because the direct line is through here. This is a direct line. Now, hypothetically, Alright. Like, 2 here. Because I know these 2 have to be used. Those have to be used. There's no choice. This can break into here. And that can be broken into from up here. Right there. That's 20. That's 20 right here. Alright. So that's 20. Now, the thing is, open up a dual line. And then go to the left or right, which takes both. Basically. Five down goes down to here. 5 over. That's 30. Because that's 30. So 10. See, that's 30. Still need 2 more. But that is a dual through line. Which that could be made by here. Which is made about right here. Stop it. You're not starving, cats. You know better than that. Since when do cats want human food? The cats never do that. Yeah, they're real chicken nuggets. You probably want them, yes. Yeah, pretty. Good. But see, a through line here. Save that. And that's 40. See, that's 40. But that comes at the cost. You know. In an ideal world, we can bring this up to here. By the way. But that's met. Huh? Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Alright. Alright. That's 10 intelligence. Because that node is 10 intelligence. Might not be as bad as it looks. See, okay. I think I got the idea now. Because if I had to rechange this, it would be this. Because that's 10 intelligence. But ultimately, it's how many points are being used. Because that node being 10 intelligence, it's 10. So the rare node is 10. Guess does that but that doesn't explain initially why it was like that. Because that's not going to make sense. So, anyways. But anyways, I'll probably either stream tomorrow or I will stream Saturday. I figured this out though. See, this is closer than I think it is. I just need to find. Can't speak right now. 4, 6 nodes. I gotta find 6 nodes. So. And trial and error is probably going to be a lot of mapping in between. So. Anyways. I will catch people another day. So if I said Sunday, I'll have a stream. If Sorter doesn't flake out, but Sorter is usually available on Sundays. It's gonna be fun though, and hopefully I'll have less computer issues. So the thing about it is, I gotta figure out if that node needs to be. I gotta find 6 nodes, 6 intelligence, because if that node's 10, I can take out 2. But anyways, that's where the mapping is part of it. And I'm just gonna have to play with it and find it out. Because I have an idea to path down to basically in a vision of it. Like I need this, but if I go over here into this, somehow it ends like right here, and you still have this, and it goes through this point, and it ends about right here, and it gets me into this. But if it gets into this right here, now, if something were, depending on how the mapping is, but I'm still gonna have to get down into here. Gonna have to get that. Because that's still 4 up to here. Again, it's what route you go from here. This moves into here. And then I can move into here. But the question is getting into here. But then again, I'll figure it out. Again, it's being, and then be point efficient about it. Because if I say points down here, I can get into here. So that's where the trick is. The trick is finding from this to get this and still get this. So, anyways, I will catch people another day. Probably Sunday. Maybe Saturday I'll have something else streamed. I will see. So catch people. No. Till then. Have fun and toxic stay toxic.